Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is day 2 of the Armed Forces Dungeon League Summer Clash. My name is Marielia. I am back on the desk again today, and the problems persist. Sean has still got no internet, so it's just going to be me on the desk once again today. Super is, of course, playing, so we're going to be getting through this together, just us, and there's so much to catch you up on. If you didn't tune in to day 1, don't worry, I will catch you up right now. Let's take a quick look at the standings, where they were at the end of yesterday. Ukrainian WoW up in Group A put out a really, really strong showing. They managed to pick up 2 18s in Priory and Rookery, weren't quite able to complete the 18 Cinderbrew. They had a failed run in that dungeon, but solid across the board. They have set the pace that Goats and Glory and U.S. Army Esports are going to have to match today. Meanwhile, in Group B, that was where we saw a lot of action. The TAPS team, with their 18 Cinderbrew, were the first team to complete an 18 yesterday. They then managed to pick up 17s in both Priory and Rookery. And I would just like to point out, Group B started at a key level 10. Group A started at a key level 12, and TAPS still is right up there with Ukrainian WoW scores. So that's an incredible showing by them. They have proven that they want to be in Group A at the end of this weekend. Warrior Gamer struggled a little bit towards the end of the day. They got some 16s and a 15 on the board. A solid showing. Coast Guard Gaming is going to have to really struggle today in order to outpace them. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing the French Army of the Air and Space compete today. Several of their players were called to duty late last night, and that means that they are not able to field a team for this afternoon. So they will be receiving forfeiture scores across the board and will be dropping down into Group C tomorrow. So unfortunate for them, but it means that the other teams are hungry. TAPS has set the bar high. Coast Guard needs to find themselves a nice, safe score here. In Group C, the teams that started down on key level 8, we saw Department of Dungeons as a first-time showing yesterday get themselves a 14, a 13, and a 15 in those respective dungeons. A couple of mishaps, some missed trash opportunities, forcing them to one chest a key that could have been a 2. It's going to be a matter of them improving over the next couple of events and slowly just ironing out all the little kinks. As Super pointed out yesterday, the AFDL is special because we don't give you enough time to go crazy. You have to be perfectly efficient, and you really only get 1 or 2 shots at a dungeon. If you're trying to get a 19, yes, you might get it in 4 or 5 attempts, but you only have 1. United with a fantastic showing, a personal best for that team with a 14 now on the board in Priory of Flame. They weren't quite able to complete the 14 Rookery or the Cinderbrew, but Combat Tested Gaming, our new team from the spring, is ready to try and overtake the DoD as we move to the end of the Summer Clash. There is so much action going to be had today. The standings could still shift wildly, and we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Foos was here, has subbed. Thank you so much. Great to see everybody in chat as always. I will be monitoring. We're going to run some predictions. We're going to run some polls. We're going to have some fun today. I do know that we have some expected fun action at the start of the event. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. I'm expecting some big polls. Super yesterday promised me that if they could complete the 19, they would walk into the 20. I want to see a 20 this weekend. Doesn't have to be a long 20. Doesn't have to be a complete 20, but I would like to see one nonetheless. So keeping my fingers crossed for that. But we are just a few seconds away from the start of play today. Let's take a quick look-see here and figure out where everybody has decided they want to start. All right, we got 2 teams currently sitting still in the hub city. That could cost them a couple precious seconds as they get ready to walk into these first keys. Coast Guard and U.S. Army Esports both have elected to start in Cinderflame. And, oh, yep, I'm looking at it on the big screen. They are in the Rookery. They are not in the hub city. This is why I have 6 monitors. Sometimes you just got to see things on a bigger screen. And the architecture, it was the floor. I got baited by the floor. I won't lie, guys. All right, that's regulation time started. You can see the pull timer has gone out for Combat Tested Gaming. Everybody is loading in. And now it begins. Cinderbrew should be a lot of fun this morning. I know we're expecting some pretty spicy pulls here. And it looks like we are getting one. US Army Esports, I believe, has pulled everything. And I do quite mean everything in the first room on this 12. They pulled it all the way into the door. There's a couple of patrons there on the left that it looks like have not been picked up, a couple on the right, but that's an insane burst. And they're already pulling the boss. Okay, that was 48 seconds. 48 seconds is now the time to beat for engaging with Brewmaster Aldrir. That's insane. Is this on live servers or Tournament Realm? This is on Tournament Realm. So our teams have access to the best gear that they possibly can, and they have been assigned Cinderbrew, Priory, and Rookery as their dungeons for this weekend. That was a wild, wild first pull. Meanwhile, Coast Guard still making their way through the chef. Little bit of a slower pace, but 138, still a solid start. And of course, Navy and Combat Tested Gaming are both sitting pretty on the first boss of Rookery. It's an interesting choice. Yesterday, nobody elected to start Rookery. They all saved it for a later dungeon. We saw quite a lot of Priory at the start of yesterday. But clearly, these two teams have a different set of priorities for where they want to be spending their time. They want to get the easy key out of the way, knock out some quick points. It's a nice stack from the US Navy, dealing with all of the precarious birds here. And again, these Group A teams, they start on a 12, which means they have Guile to deal with. They don't need to worry about the Pulsar affixes that our other teams are facing in the North American region. And here we go. Looks like Combat Test Gaming is going to be the first to grab Kyrios and get this fight going. A pretty straightforward fight. I think we only watched it one time yesterday, right at the end of the day. Mechanically, it's pretty straightforward. Stack, dodge, don't get hit by the lasers. You know, you master this boss, you're ready for raiding. I love the backup POV whose audio we're listening to still has all of the voice lines turned on for their NPCs. It's the best. I love it. Now, Army, it appears, has elected to go right. And if I'm looking at the minimap correctly, Coast Guard is going left. We've seen a preference for left pathing in Cinderbrew yesterday. Whether that will remain the case or not, we will have to see. And hello to everybody who is new to the AFDL. The action starts right away. Once we've gotten a couple keys in, I will give you the rundown of where we're at, what's going on. But this weekend is all about celebrating the achievements of our military World of Warcraft teams here. If you haven't seen it already, the stream from yesterday was dual streamed to YouTube, so you should be able to watch the VOD. Twitch subscribers, you get access to the VOD here on Twitch as well. Beautiful tank POV right there on the Combat Tested Gaming section of the quadrant. See some good use from those hype emotes. Have we got a lot of love in chat for any particular teams? Our teams all have emotes for their little rundowns as well. So if you've got a team that you're here to support, shout them out. Give them some love in chat. Got a poll going in chat. You guys can pick which team we're gonna watch first this morning. Go ahead and get your votes in as to who you want to bring up full screen for our first dungeon follow of the day. Another just really nice big stack from the Navy POV here as well. CTG now working on the Storm Guard. There's still a fair ways to go in this dungeon, but at the level 8 Keystone, he is not going to prove terribly difficult. One thing I am sad about today, without having the French team's POV, is that we won't know if the puns translate. All of the wonderful bead and meadery puns. We got a lot of love for Scoop in chat. You can see just in the bottom half of your screen the difference in how much of a difference 4 key levels makes, right? The 18 Combat Test Gaming are making their way through the Storm Guard quite quickly, whereas Navy still is clearing trash en route. Guile, instead of Pulsar, having the extra Fortified Tyrannical combination. It makes a huge difference in just how much of this timer you have to spend even getting to the bosses. And some of these bosses are quite long.
You may have disrupted my business, but I'm still boss, and this is still my meadery!
US Army Esports in the top corner. Goldie is not happy with them. They're finally making their way across in the opposite pathing to Coast Guard Gaming. Now, interesting here, Coast Guard Gaming is starting on the 10, whereas Army starts on the 12. And yet they're relatively in sync as far as timing goes. We're looking at a 9-minute, 10-second clear on Bank by the Army and an 8-minute, 50-second clear on IPA by Coast Guard. So within 20 seconds of each other, despite the 2-level difference. Just shows how much damage this Army team is pumping.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
I think our first dungeon completion of the day is probably going to be going to the Combat Tested Gaming team. Interesting, they've elected to pull the back corner pack before the pack that spawns monstrosity. A lot of the time yesterday, you would see teams skip this pack, run across the rails very carefully where the boss would spawn, and deal with the pack that's just appearing on that left side of your screen there, where you've got the one single NPC channeling away and preventing that boss from spawning. Now, of course, doing that is risky. We did see a butt pull yesterday where they spawned the boss, went to attack the last set of trash, and pulled the trash straight onto the boss by mistake. So it's not a faultless plan to do so. But Coast Guard here feeling comfortable in the 8, and the extra, 30 seconds or so it's going to give them is probably not something they're too concerned about right now, this early in the day. Stormguard goes down for the Navy team. Now they have to make their way all the way to the monstrosity. A lot of packs, a lot of trash. It's a slow and steady slog through this last set of hallways down in Rookery. All right, it looks like Army has won our poll for which team we're going to punch in on first today. So once we get through this first round of dungeons, we will watch what Army does. I would imagine they'll go from the 12 to the 15 Cinderbrew and just knock these out, get themselves to a comfortable set of 17s perhaps across the board. Coast Guard team's making good work of this trash before the boss. They want to make sure they have enough space and that it's clear. For everybody watching on Twitch, it looks like we will be running into an ad break in the next 40 seconds. Those of you who are subscribed, thank you so much for supporting the channel. We appreciate it incredibly. It's only through your support and your donations that the AFDL can continue running events. So thank you so much for that. And you guys will get to enjoy the next stretch ad-free. All right, Coast Guard has finally made their way and started to pull Busby. Sir Edward the First, well done. You got that sub in just on time to skip those ads. Thank you so much for the Prime. We've got our dancing raccoon on the Coast Guard POV. Whether we remembered to mute the music or not, I suppose we're going to find out when we get to watching them a little bit later on. And you can see Coast Guard Gaming with a nice, clean 3-chested 8 is about to move into their 11 Rookery. A great decision here. Navy, one boss behind, 4 key levels difference, so it all makes sense.
My bees like some nature-loving weirdo. I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss.
I don't think I've ever listened to that voice line all the way through. Like some nature-loving weirdo. It's great. I appreciated that. I appreciated that. Oh, Callan, thank you so much for the Prime. We appreciate it. Coast Guard are also slowly cracking down
Roar
on
soon.
Goldie.
Breaking.
And both teams do need a couple of extra percentage. I would assume Coast Guard is going to go for the snap. You can see just off screen there, currently to the bottom of the Coast Guard POV, there are a couple of packs in that front room. Looks like they might be marked with the diamond that they're going to try and snap up here. U.S. Army going for that same strategy.
I need to get closer.
You can see those spells being cast at them, but will the rest of them snap up? There you go. That's going to give them the percentage they need at 99.66. U.S. Army will complete their forces requirement. Coast Guard Gaming Team still sitting at 99.32. And there we go. Took a moment, but the U.S. Army has done it. Forces completed. Goldie Baron Bottom is all that is left on this 12 Cinderbrew. Hey, if you're here for Vengeance Demon Hunter point of view, we got you. Navy Esports back in the central hub, and Kaboom, of course, always there to celebrate the return of our competitors with his wonderful fireworks. Can we get some kabooms in chat? Interesting. Navy has elected to go Cinderbrew here and get their 12 done as well. So contrary to what VFW has done, where they clearly want to knock out Rookery, just get the easy dungeon out of the way, it looks like Navy have chosen to go for more of a warm-up route. And look at that beautiful pole. That's just everything in the room that you could possibly want. Look at the sparkles. Look at everything being cast right there. Currently sitting at 36 seconds. Now, we know that the timer for U.S. Army was 48 seconds to pull the boss. Are Navy going to be able to match that? 46, 47. It looks like they're going to be just a couple of seconds behind Army's pace on this first pull. So they are running the same meta comp. You've got your Demon Hunter, you've got your Unholy DK, your Balanced Druid, your Mage, your Priest Healer, and that's it for U.S. Army. They have completed their 12. Meanwhile, Coast Guard still trying to get that last percent that they needed from the mob that didn't snap their way up, and that's the 10 Cinderbrew completed for them. Well done to both teams. Now, where is Army going? What dungeon will we be watching? Full screen. It looks like it's going to be another Cinderbrew. But as promised, you guys wanted the Army POV, and so that's what you will get. I should mess with you guys. We should not watch Scoop's POV. I should give you the backup. That would be cruel. That would be cruel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Coast Guard also electing to go straight back into the Cinderbrew. And here we go. 5 seconds on the clock. U.S. Army Esports is going into our first 15 of the day. Will we see them pull the whole room once again? Oh, it looks like we will. Pyromaniacs are here. All the High Muscle is here. Have they pulled the Chef? I don't yet see the Chef in that massive wave of health bars. Are there POVs I can watch? Is this it? This is the main channel where we have all the action going on. There are no side streams, but we will be switching between different POVs. We have a couple for each team. So throughout the day, you'll get to see a lot of different things going on. But there you go. Okay, they didn't quite pull everything this time. Left those 2 packs there, as well as Chef. A little bit more risky to go quite so ham on the 15 than the 12. Just looking at the damage done right there.
I need to get closer. It's too far away.
Kane in Baton Rouge is here to support CTG. Yes, we love to see it.
Avoid.
We don't have any Brewmaster on Brewmaster Violence today, unfortunately. Yesterday with our wonderful Brewmaster
Frontal.
tank, it was a good time, but today it looks like we're gonna get a lot more standard variation. Orb, thank you so much for the Prime.
Intermission. Spread. Avoid. Avoid. Kick. Frontal. Avoid. Avoid.
One thing I
Avoid.
gotta say about
Debuff.
Scoopin's POV, guys, is that all the sounds seem pretty straightforward. We don't have any mysterious lightsabers to guess at today. A lot of them are just,
Intermission.
you know, instructions. Avoid this. It's the intermission. Let's go serve some beer. You know, it's nice. It's straightforward. I can appreciate that.
Another one.
Avoid. Frontal. Kick. Avoid. Spread. Debuff.
And there it is. 31 seconds faster than their last attempt. Brewmaster Aldir has gone down. And once again, the Army team has elected to head to the right. They would rather deal with Busby. While they're taking a look at that trash, let's see where everybody else is at. Coast Guard Gaming making their nice work of Brewmaster as well. Gonna be just a couple more seconds before his health hits 0 on that plus 13. Combat Tested Gaming doing really well, progressing their 11 Rookery. Looking at that time, you know, 6 minutes and 23 seconds left. They're 30% of the way through this health bar. I think it's probably going to be a 2 chest for them. We'll see them go from the 11 to the 13. I think the 14 is just asking a little bit too much with how long
AAEE.
the run is down to Void Monstrosity.
Avoid.
And Navy on their 12 Cinderbrew. Already 2 bosses down, making their way to the IPA.
Avoid.
And we learned yesterday that an IPA technically can also
Avoid.
be mead, although apparently they're
AOE.
then called IPMs. So there is
Out.
continuity in the
Avoid.
beer mead puns.
Kick.
We had some good science discussions yesterday.
Avoid. Avoid.
Battle short, another Vengeance Demon Hunter bringing us double tank POVs over here. Slowly grabbing everything that they can. And another decently big pull here by the Navy team. All right, 4 minutes and 56 seconds left for Combat Tested Gaming in order to get to and then defeat the monstrosity. I'm not convinced that it's going to be doable. That boss is a long one. You would have to
Totem.
play absolutely ungodly,
Charge.
like 2 cycle. I don't know that that's going to happen. So this is probably going to be a
Ads.
3 chest for them. Or sorry, a 2 chest for them
Totem.
rather than the 3.
Spread. Totem. Kick. Totem. Totem.
We got some jumpers. Now, will Combat Tested Gaming choose to do these packs in the same order that they did last time? Or will they have a moment of, oh, guys, we did this in the wrong order. We want to get the boss spawned sooner to try and eke out a little bit of extra time on this clock?
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot. The mead will be substandard.
Totem.
More meat, more money. That's good business.
Spread.
It was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Charge.
Looks like we're going to get the side-by-side IPAs here from
Ads.
Goats and Glory and US Army.
Totem.
Second Ascendant picked up now by CTG.
Kick.
And they elected not to go for the early boss spawn once again. So probably not something that they've practiced, not something we're going to see them whip out in the higher keys.
Ads.
But it's a reasonable stand. They are, of course, in Group C, competing against the scores of United and Department of Dungeons from yesterday. So in a way, Slow and Steady could be what takes the edge. Department of Dungeons got a 14 successfully completed, so they will need to match that. So did United. Department of Dungeons 15 in Rookery is what edged them out. So Combat Tested Gaming has a couple of options if they want to top Group C and make their way
Ads.
up and advance to Group B. They would
Ads.
realistically need to either have a 14, 13, 15 to match Department of Dungeons with a better total time, or they would need to get a 14, 14, 15. Those are their 2 avenues of success in order for it to be a clean win and not come down to a tiebreaker.
Made of mead? Oh, my Cinderbrew.
2, 1. Dance. Kick. Ads. Two, 1. Dance.
These void bounds or void stones just take so much time to kill. Now we're looking at this now. CDG has 6 seconds before the 2 chests, so unquestionable. 2 deaths, not that bad for an early start, but now they need to defeat this boss in 5 minutes and 45 seconds if they want to get the 2 chest, which realistically they need. They need to be able to go back into this dungeon on a 13. Even if they 1 chest the 13, they have time to do the 13, then do the 14 and feel safe, right? United only got a 13 in Cinderbrew, so taking that time
2,
to
1.
1 chest the 13, I think would be
Dance.
more beneficial than trying to 2 chest the 12. If you get a 12 at this point, you're probably not going to be in contention for the lead on this dungeon, just because the sheer amount of time it would take you to do the 12, then the 13, then the 14. I mean, if you 2 chest the 12, brilliant. But with 5 minutes remaining, they're going to have to burn this boss, and you can see a lot of health is being ticked away. They have popped Lust for this first burn cycle, and they're going to get it down past 50%, so that's really clean, past 40% even. 27 is, it looks like, where it stops. That should mean a nice 2 cycle here for CTG. We'll have to find out once they burn through that huge void shell. Goats and Glory working on Goldie Baron bottom, and they still, oh no, they have completed their trash requirement here, so they will not need to hop down and pick up any extras. They are well within space to 3 chest this 12 and get themselves another 15 in pocket.
AOE.
I would imagine, as we've seen them do 2 dungeons so far, we'll move on to Rookery there. Or, sorry, move on to Priory as their 3rd 12 of the day.
Kick.
Coast Guard also making their way to Bank
Avoid.
Busby. And there it is. That's 2 dungeons down for CTG. Back in they go. And Goats and Glory have completed their Cinderbrew 12 now as well. With the 2 12s on the board, that puts them in the lead on points for today's teams.
Avoid. Out.
Let's get you some more scoop-in action full screen. Dealing with these harvesters.
Kick. Avoid. AOE.
You do not want to be pulling unnecessary trash into the boss. We saw it accidentally, well, accidentally on purpose, attempted yesterday.
Out.
Did not go so well for the team in question.
Avoid. Kick. Avoid. Avoid. Ads. avoid, push, kick,
Katie Baton Rouge says Army is on a different level. Yeah, the teams in
Avoid.
Group A are just, they've
Adds.
been in the AFDL for such a long time that they know how intense this competition can actually
Push.
get, and everybody is hungry. They have all improved so much since their first showings. Some of these teams that have only been in the AFDL for a couple of events, we see them steadily improve every single time, but there's still a little ways to go to contend with these top teams.
avoid, push, adds, push, avoid, adds, push, avoid, adds, push,
And there we go. Bank has been defeated.
Come back to the taps to use them.
Now the teams are going to make their way up to Goldie. They do still need 6% trash. And as expected, you can see that Navy elected to go for their Priory 12, getting themselves a really solid warm-up. It's a CTG recently had to replace their healer, yes, but all they can ask for right now is to improve from last event and most importantly have fun. That is absolutely it. The Spring Clash was CTG's first competition with us, if I'm not mistaken. They I can't remember if they qualified during the Winter Invitational or started in the spring, but they are, short of the DoD team who debuted yesterday, they are our newest competitor. So they have a lot of, room to grow. They have a lot of, hunger to find as they face out and learn what the level of the competition in this league is. And it's already great to see. We keep track of how high these teams are able to push keys and how often they practice and how many times they have to roster swap and how long, we keep an eye on that in the background. And it's always fantastic to see, the players come together and be like, you know what, we wanted to have some fun and we still want to have fun, but let's have fun while winning. Let's put in some effort, let's get some practice time. And how passionate everybody gets about coming to play in these events it's just the best.
totem, spread, totem,
Coast Guard also looking for that percentage point. They're going to clear this area over by the overlook. Probably try and tag some of the individuals downstairs. Meanwhile, the Army still has a couple of percentage away. As promised, we will finish them out. They were the first team you guys wanted to watch, so we're going to watch them complete this key. They've just gotten the percentage that they needed on forces killed. Now it is simply time to deal with Baron Bottom.
AOE. Clear.
Victorious with the love for the Navy. We absolutely will. I'm going to put out more polls throughout the day. You know, since it's just me on the desk today, I'm gonna let you guys have some interactive opportunities to choose who we watch as we go.
Clear.
But Navy won, or Army won the first poll, and so it is their dungeon that we will complete with them. Our first 15 of the day. It'll work out, though, because by the time we
AOE.
finish this and go back out to the quad, we'll be able to watch our first Priory of the day with the Navy team. Yeah, there has not been too much stress at all for Blondie in these runs so far. The 12s, the 15. I don't think the health bars have gotten below 50% even a single time. I don't know that they've gotten below 60% a single time. Everyone is just saying so perfectly topped up in these easier keys, and that is a solid first 15 of the day. Will we see them go back? That's the question. We are running into our next Twitch ad break. So for those of you who are about to disappear, don't go anywhere. It'll take about 1:30 seconds, I think these ad breaks are. And then you'll be able to jump right back in perfectly on time for the next Cinderbrew. Okay, Army is deciding to dungeon stack beyond the 15. They think the 15 is not a high enough benchmark for themselves. I'm curious to see how this turns out. Super and I were chatting yesterday about the fact that they feel really confident about the 17s, even some 18s, but it's going to come down to one chesting or two chesting keys and how they decide to progress.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here goes the key. The 17 Cinderbrew. Now, two chesting this would be wild.
Well, what do we have?
It's still doing that huge first pull.
Avoid.
Coast Guard knocks out Goldie Baron Bottom on their own. The 13 Cinderbrew is completed. It is a +2. They'll be moving into a 15
Avoid.
shortly. Whether they decide to go into it now or they
Avoid.
decide to back out and go elsewhere first, we'll have to check.
Spread.
The 15s are kind of the minimum that you need in Group B where Coast Guard is at. You really need to be starting to push those 16s and 17s.
Avoid.
And it's a tough task in the only 5 hours of regulation time that we have. So Coast Guard's battle is arguably the hardest out of any of these teams today. If they want to promote, they need to be 3 chesting all the way up to the line and then 2 chesting everything else, or they simply won't have enough time to get the dungeons done. They need 2 18s and a 17 in order to supersede Taps. Taps showed up yesterday and just absolutely slayed. They were looking like a Group A team from the get-go.
Avoid.
The former Marine Corps gaming team, always a wild card in these events. And this weekend they absolutely showed up. So Coast Guard's battle here is the greatest uphill struggle of any of the 4 teams on our screen, without question, if they want to promote back into Group A. They were, of course, relegated down to Group B at the end of Spring Split, purely on a tiebreaker.
Avoid. Kick. Knock.
This 13 Rookery looks like it's going real well for the combat-tested gaming team. 1 death, but of course now that they are in the 12 range, Guile kicks in and those deaths start to become a lot more punishing, costing you 15 seconds each instead of 5.
Interrupt. Front.
Watch your step.
Front. Dispel. Dispel.
Run away.
Navy is about to take down the Baron. Braunpike's health is getting just too low to live. So they'll be making their way up through the trash on their way to the Prioress. Coast Guard's still working on their Cinderbrew 15,
Dispel.
having just started that key, clearing out the first room. Let's take a look-see and see how
Dispel.
well the VFW team is doing.
Dispel. Front. Dispel.
We got some more Demon Hunter. This group
Run away.
electing to run the Shaman instead of the Priest, I think, and they've got themselves a Hunter in place of the Mage.
Dispel. Front.
We've seen a couple Shamans this weekend, although I believe all of them were Elemental. Was one of them a Resto Shaman? We had a Resto Druid. Trying to remember the comps from yesterday.
Front.
Super mentioned yesterday, and rightly so, that I think this AFDL we've seen the least
away.
variance in team comp that we normally do. Very frequently, the AFDL gets to showcase
Dispel.
a lot of alternate specs and, you know, comfort
Front.
picks. Like,
Dispel.
you know, we see a lot of warrior tanks, we see a lot of paladins typically, and it's just not
Dispel.
the case in this clash.
Dispel. Front. Dispel.
Run away.
Dispel. Dispel. Front.
And there it is, a clean boss kill, and the pickup for the next trash has already begun. These Ascendants are not too challenging, but they need to be interrupted.
Front. 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 Front.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue. The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the storm ride way. Follow me.
Front. Front. Front.
Five minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock. It is still possible to two-chest this. It would be very, very tight, though. I think we may see the three chest, or the one chest come out for CTG on this dungeon. And still, a +1 is not necessarily an issue.
Front. Front. Front.
The 5-minute timer on this lust concerns me. It makes me think we're simply not going to see the two chest. I know we talked about it earlier, CTG just slowly taking their time and dealing with these ascendants earlier than that corner pack, and how it spawns the boss, makes it, you know, just a little bit quicker without having to wait for his animation after you kill this set of trash. But
Front.
I don't know that that alone would be enough time save to put CTG on 2 chest pace had they redone this dungeon.
Front. Front.
Boy says, this hurts my brain. It's a process. Finally, the last Void Stone goes down. You wait for the boss to do his little spawn.
Bam!
And the monstrosity is now attackable. 2 minutes and 12 seconds means this is not going to be a 2 chest. 3 minutes remaining on Lust. They won't have it for this first burn. They will have it for the second.
Charge. Front.
For anyone who's looking for B-reses and more detailed Lust timer, it's just above the damage done meter on the bottom right. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left till Lust. The Void Shell still looking on being popped. There's just not enough damage coming out from CTG, and there it goes. How far can they get this without Lust? And what cooldowns will they save for their second burn phase?
Shield.
47% is a very respectable first burn. This should put them in 2-cycle range.
Charge.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Front.
I think 54% in a single push is our highest still. Oh, the one earlier might have been. But it was, of course, on a lower key. All right, the shell is gone. There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left on Lust, though. Are they going to be able to get this down without it? Do they have the cooldowns to do another 50% of the boss's health without? I mean, question, should you have held Lust there? I mean, held DPS to wait for
Shield.
Lust? 50 seconds, they only got 20%.
Front.
That is heartbreaking. We are now unquestionably in one chest territory. Void Shell is popped, and they still don't have Lust. It's not for another 15 seconds. Are they going to kill the boss before Lust even comes back up? 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 5, 4, and the
Shield.
boss is dead before they even have Lust. That is not the ending we were expecting, but oh my goodness. CTG closes out their 13 with a +1. Let's check back in on the quad. Navy still working their way through Priory. Interesting. They completed the 12 and chose Priory as their first 15.
Watch your step.
I like this strategy from the Navy. I'm going to be honest. You know, you start with the easiest dungeon, which is Rookery. Warm yourself up. Okay, then Cinderbrew. Okay, then Priory. But now we know that Priory has been the priority push dungeon for this weekend. So perhaps we're going to see them get through the 15, then the 17. Would make a lot of sense to me here. Then they can take the choice to go back to Rookery or to start pushing some Cinderflame. You know, they know that Navy is in Cinderflame, so they could just be saying, okay, let's let them go. Let's see, do they get the 18? How do they do? They've had to restart this 17, so perhaps we've got a little bit of safety there. It's an interesting strategy call by the Navy, absolutely, from a metagame perspective. And we'll probably follow them once they get up to Captain.
Hunt.
Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Interrupt.
Interesting. I've been trying to figure out what CTG is an acronym for. So Combat Tested Gaming is the VFW's team. Their team name is Combat Tested Gaming, but the org that they are representing is the VFW, Veteran of Foreign Wars. They are an American veterans organization.
Watch your step.
And, you know, we have a mixed bag here at the AFDL. Veteran organizations, active duty, mixed combat status.
Defensive.
They are the newest addition to the AFDL as of the spring. We do have now the DoD who've just joined up. They're a combined arms team of individuals from across the U.S. DoD branches of service.
Defensive.
Absolutely. Coast Guard Gaming is your top left. They have been a staple of the AFDL since its inception, and we absolutely love the Coast Guard team here. They're currently fighting out of their way of Group B, and like I was saying earlier, they have the toughest job of any of these 4 teams today by far, because TAPS set an incredibly high standard yesterday in Group B, and just on sheer time in the day, you have to nail every single one of your dungeons pretty much first try if you want to overtake them. So Coast Guard's going to have a lot of fun.
Hunt.
We can see that Navy has engaged Captain Crybaby. I know that's not his name, but that's okay. And Army's still working on that 17 Cinderbrew. I didn't get to see when they reset because we were watching CTG, of course, but I think they may have just not felt good about it. I mean, I don't know. Are they aiming for the 2 chest? Are they expecting to 2 chest this Cinderbrew and get the 19? It's possible. Super didn't let any secrets slip yesterday, so it's all speculation.
Defensive. Watch your step.
Hunt.
AAEE incoming.
Yeah,
Defensive.
that's a great stat, Dr. Jones. The fact that they actually completed 12 dungeons in 5 hours, it's wild. Absolutely wild. They pushed to the same level as Ukraine, starting a whole set behind. Everyone with CTG love.
Dispel boss.
Don't forget, y'all, we do have emotes for all your favorite teams today.
Dispel boss.
Hothead, I agree. Honestly, with how they performed yesterday, if they were in Group A, they absolutely could have won the entire weekend as top seed. 100%. You know, you think about it, the 3 dungeons behind, that's what, an hour's worth of time, let's say? They could have run 2 more dungeons. They could have had another 18 tied with Ukraine, and then even a third 18 or a 19. Because the last 18 that they were running, they were so close, and they just, you know, another run would have tipped them over the edge. So, absolutely wild. All right, let's punch in on Goats and Glory.
Dispel boss.
Baron Braunpike is the next boss
Dispel boss.
on the docket.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Dispel boss. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Watch your feet. Interrupt. Watch your step.
All right. Discount Whitemane has sent her lieutenant to fight us. I'm getting deja vu. But let's see how this fight goes.
Watch your step.
That first chunk of hammers that just, you got to get out of the way. And you need to start moving the boss so that you do not stack his shields over where the next set of hammers are going to spawn.
Interrupt.
And there they go.
Hunt.
They quickly pop that soak very efficiently. Chair is doing a great job keeping everybody's health manageable.
Interrupt.
Just look at that soak by Bogey. I can tank it all. Don't worry, guys.
Watch your step.
Another set of hammers comes down. Time to dodge. And the Baron has given them ample room to separate the shields from the soak here. Some good stacking.
Interrupt.
There's the first, there's the second, there's the third. Really clean so far from the Goats and Glory team. Only one death on this 15.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
Interrupt.
Hunt. Hunt.
Watch your step. Interrupt.
There we go. That's the Baron done. Let's hop back to the quad real quick and take a look at where everybody is. We can see that Coast Guard working on their way to Bank Busby.
Dispel
They've
Boss.
already defeated the IPA, which Army is currently working on. Just 2% left of its health. I am intrigued by the choice of the VFW team on going back into the Rookery for the 14. It is widely asserted that this is the easiest dungeon of the weekend. So they could clearly be using it as a bit of a warm-up, get themselves feeling confident, have some, solid, yeah, guys, we can do this energy going into those harder keys. They could choose to go for a Cinderbrew next and get the early ones done, but
Hunt.
just based on, you know, how these teams have been choosing to prioritize, I would think we see them do the early Priory. Priory really only becomes a headache in the higher sets of keys. And so getting a couple of those and then a couple of the Cinderbrews, and then you can see how the early levels felt in both of those dungeons and where you might want to go, you know, next, where you're vibing as a team. That's probably what I would recommend the next strategy to be. That being said, though, if Combat Tested Gaming is feeling comfortable here, they have the option to just stick this out. You know, they're probably going to one chest this 14. They could just then roll right into the 15 if they're feeling confident, because that would tie them with DOD's score in this dungeon. Then all they have to worry about is getting some 14s in Cinderbrew and Priory, and they can just put all of Rookery behind them. So, lots of choices still here.
Hunt. Goats and Glory finally on their way to Prioris in this last room, picking up the percentage that they need, just over 8%. You don't want to be pulling without having that completed. We saw that trip up the DOD team yesterday, twice, actually. And so not a mistake that Goats and Glory is going to want to repeat. Terry, welcome back. Showing your support for the team. They're currently leading the push, but Navy has them beat out in points. Where Army has elected to go for the same dungeon and just push, 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 Navy is spreading themselves out. Let's see how this Prioris goes.
2, 1. AAEE incoming. Watch your step.
Looking at this health bar just absolutely melt, already down past 75%.
Hunt.
2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Slowly, they're just creeping their way towards the stairs as she gets closer and closer to transition, trying to even maximize the run time from the bottom to the top.
Incoming. Watch your step.
Hunt.
54% health. She is so close to taking over. But this fortified tyrannical is nothing to scoff at. And there it is. And look at that. Right as she lands, they're already there to start doing damage. And that gives them a nice little window to burn the boss as the ads are still pathing their way up the stairs. These neophytes cannot be allowed to reach her, and they are all successfully held off.
AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
Again, 2 deaths so far on this dungeon.
Watch your step.
That's, you know, almost as clean as you can get, really.
Face away.
You gotta be careful, though, because as you get into the higher keys, those couple of deaths will start stacking up. And that is a 15 Sacred Flame on the board by Navy. And it looks like, once again, Army and Coast Guard are just sitting in each other's pockets in this Cinderbrew. You know, they're always within a boss of each other despite the key level difference.
Hunt.
Once the goons are cleared out, Army is still going to need a couple of percentage points on their forces. Coast Guard has completed theirs, only Goldie left to be defeated. And it looks like I was right. Navy is choosing to go straight back into Priory. 17 Sacred Flame.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale cries, protect himself. Each of his lieutenants bolsters their
Knocking back. Watch your step. Watch your step. Knocking back. Crowd control.
The final Void Stone goes down for CTG. And what is their lust timer looking like? That's the big question for me. 43 seconds. Much, much better. That means they will have lust this time. Just at all. Not even on the first pull. They will have lust on this boss in its entirety, which is better than they ran in the 13. So definitely a lot cleaner. A much nicer run. I don't see any deaths on that timer either. It's not going to be a 2 chest, but as soon as this Void Shell is defeated, or the Void Shell is broken,
The monstrosity will be vulnerable. Boom. Lust is up in 1 second. You couldn't have asked for better timing. There it is. And all of the cooldowns are going to get used to just burn through the boss's health. Their hunter and their druid are pumping. The unholy
Shield.
DK is doing a fantastic job, and 51%.
Move. Charge. Move. Move.
And there it is. Another void shell is broken. One more burn here. It's probably not going to be enough for a 2 cycle, which they would need in order to make this 2 chest in 20 seconds. So probably going to end up being a +1. There it is. But that +1 is still a good key for CTG to have in their bag. I honestly think if I was on this team, I'd say come back and do the 15. This 14 has been clean. It's been well done. Meanwhile, in the background, Coast Guard completed the 15, and now they are coming back for a 16. It was only a +1, not a +2. That could set them a little bit behind where they want to be, but not yet a critical failure. And meanwhile, U.S. Army in position for a 1 chest of their own on this 17. Goldie Baron Bottom is approaching 30% HP remaining.
Shield.
The next cash cannon will be popped out soon. This is going to start getting spicy now. Army is about to complete this 17. It'll be the first 17 of the day. But Navy is about to complete their 17 Priory, and they already have completion in 2 other dungeons. So yes, Army should be feeling great that they have set the pace, but they are nowhere near in the clear. Will we see them go back to Cinderbrew? No, I think this is the right call. Setting a 17 as your benchmark for Group A makes a lot of sense. Time to go to Priory. Rinse and repeat the push. And then close out your 17s with Rookery and see where the rest of your opponents stand. The fact that CTG has chosen to go Cinderbrew tells me that they might be feeling a little bit unconfident in the 15 Rookery. That said, they could just have their own bar set as 14s, and that's what they want to be aiming for. 3 14s would place them above United, and they would have the same number of total points as Department of Dungeons, but because DoD has the 15, they would win on that tiebreaker. Is Coast Guard resetting? Looks like they may be. Town portaling back out. Maybe choosing not to do that 16 Cinderbrew right now, wanting to go somewhere else.
Watch your step. Crowd control.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Interrupt.
I need to target something first. I see their gambit. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants.
We are running into our next Twitch ad break. We'll be back in just about a minute or so.
Defensive. Watch your step.
Don't go anywhere.
Watch your step.
For those of you who've been lucky enough to subscribe with Prime or been gifted a sub this weekend, we'll get to stick around and not miss a single moment.
Defensive. Defensive. AOE incoming. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step. Watch
Hunt.
your step. Interrupt. Defensive. Defensive.
Hunt.
AOE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt. Defensive. 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 Watch your step. AOE incoming. Interrupt. Defensive. 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 Watch your step.
Hunt.
Interrupt. AOE incoming. Defensive. 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 Watch your step. Defensive. Interrupt. Defensive.
If CTG fails, see guild bylaws. Guessing we got some guildies here in chat today.
Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Watch your feet. Dispel boss. Dispel boss.
Hunt.
Dispel boss.
Chaos Grandpa! Best name! That's all.
Watch your feet.
Thank you for stopping by the stream. All right, this 17 Priory. One death. Once again, coming into this room for the Navy.
Dispel boss.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Dispel
Yeah, I think
boss.
Coast Guard's reset on this 16 Cinderbrew was a good call. Everything is just much more tightly tuned. Yes, they have an early death, which is not ideal. But it's starting them off strong, which you need in this key. And again, they reset after like, what, 40 seconds? The quickest pull test in history. So, you know, they've lost functionally
Dispel
nothing.
boss.
Hunt.
Dispel boss.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet. Try the Emperor well.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
Interrupt.
That's a not ideal thing for Coast Guard to be doing. That's a second reset on a 16 Cinderbrew. Not ideal. Are they going back one more time? It looks like they are. Ooh, that's risky. That's risky. I don't know whether I would have just finished the key. That's a tough call.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Let's get a little fancy with it. We got two teams working on the same section of the boss. Different phases, but Army has caught up. Of course, they are on the 12, which means getting here was much faster than them for the Navy. For them and the Navy, in fact.
The flame empowers me. Glory guides my hammer.
Your play has morphed the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She must always preach that the strength of the Emperor's will is turned against us is madness.
Looks like Navy's taking a moment to just get themselves all in position. I'm so impressed by Blondie's healing for the U.S. Army team.
Felidar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We are the army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar and subjugate the world.
Such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by annihilating the dead. They are no better than the Cogus.
I'm out of range.
Don Beckett, we see you in chat. What are you doing here? Aren't you running some keys right now? Those 3 deaths for Navy add up to a solid 45 seconds. Yes, they only have priors left, and 9.5 minutes is sufficient to do so. But they need to be careful with letting these deaths stack up. Army not feeling at all concerned by this 12, just pulling the rest of their trash straight into the boss. Meanwhile, Navy still needs a solid 20% on forces. Shout out to the homie Fallon for a big mass barrier fan. Absolutely. Use the abilities which you have been given. You can see Navy slowly wait patrol. They don't want to have to deal with the extra Lightbringer if they don't, you know, absolutely need to. Army risking it by pulling the boss away from the ascendant or the attendants as the acolytes as they slowly climb the stairs. That looked closer than I really want to see it. I want to see if they do that on a higher key. We're definitely going to be watching that pull next time they do it. And there it is, the sound of victory for the U.S. Army as they complete their 12 Priory. Meanwhile, Navy is working on their own, getting this finished, still dealing with the last section of trash.
Hunt. 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 Hunt.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Watch your step. Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Watch your step. Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step. Watch your step. AOE incoming.
Hunt.
Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
All right, there it is. The 17 Sacred Flame. Locked in for Goats and Glory. You can see Coast Guard has been struggling on that 16 and now trying to just reorient themselves, find themselves a new mental headspace to be in and push a new key and say, look, the 16 wasn't going how we expected it to go. Reset. Let's go for a 10. Starting nice and easy in the Priory.
Hunt.
Navy has elected to switch back over to Cinderbrew. They should have that 15 in their pocket, ready to roll. We could see them do what they just did in Priory and roll straight from the 15 to the 17.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm out of range. I can't drink it. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. Knocking back. Watch your step. Knocking back. Watch your step.
All right, good news. We are going to be able to get a scoreboard check on the hour. Just working on getting all of this validated for you. And then we will be able to take a look at where everyone sits in today's play so far.
Knocking back.
CTG making good time on this Cinderbrew.
Watch your step. Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back. Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back.
Hunt.
Knocking back. Breath incoming. Watch your step.
All right, scores are in.
Knocking back.
I will say that
Hunt.
today,
Range
I mean, we knew today was going to be a bit of a wild day, just given how yesterday went and where the bars were set in the different groups and the new format and everything.
knocking back.
But I'm
Hunt.
really looking forward to the last hour of today. It's going to be... I just have no idea how it's going to turn out. Like, this is so close. And the 15 Cinderbrew's going pretty good for Navy. Army's doing pretty good. Combat Tested Game is doing
Hunt.
pretty good. Coast Guard's finding their flow now on this 10 Priory.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
All right, we're 2 minutes out to the hour, guys. That's going to be 2 hours of elapsed time. For those of you who are new to the AFDL, and I've seen a couple of names squeaking by, a couple new followers, a couple new people coming to check this out. The way this works is that teams get 5 hours to push 3 keys. Sounds simple, right? You'd be surprised. We start these guys out on relatively low numbers, actually. Group A starts on a 12, Group B starts on a 10, Group C starts on an 8. And that means that it's all about how efficiently you can play rather than just how high you can push. So once you end up getting into that last hour and a half of playtime, there's no room for resets. You know, yes, you might be able to complete an 18, a 19, even a 20, given enough time and enough runs. But when you only have 1, when you maybe have 2, if you've used your time efficiently throughout the day, can you get the extra points that that's going to give you in a single shot? That's what makes the AFDL so unique and so interesting. And today, the way the groups are breaking down, we have so much tiebreaker potential. And teams have been so efficient in their use. Like TAPS is a Group B team. They started playing yesterday. They started, you know, a whole set of key levels behind the Group A team. And they matched Ukraine's scores across the board. So this is by far an opportunity for teams to really showcase their skill and really set themselves apart in how fervently they push in order to, you know, avoid relegation, first of all, but also to be promoted into the higher seeded groups and then to hold that promotion. The slowest team in each group gets relegated. The quickest team gets promoted. I'll wait till the end of the ad break to share the scores, just to be nice to all of our fellow viewers. But we are now 3 hours left in regulation time.
Hunt.
Interrupt. Charging. Move.
Hunt.
I'm appreciating the shanty background music that we're getting through this POV's sound. Players who play with music are the real players.
Hunt.
Coast Guard's times are excellent right now. You can see that they're, 2 minutes ahead of their usual pace on this 10. And considering some of the Coast Guard team were like setting up their computers just before the event started today, it's kind of wild. Sir Edward, it's very quiet, but I can hear the game sound. The beauty of running with headphones. It's very quiet, though.
Interrupt. Dispel.
All right, looks like everybody is back from the break, which means we can take a quick moment to take a look at these scores. Here is where we're sitting for today. U.S. Army Esports, with their 17 in Cinderbrew and their 12 in Priory, is lagging a little bit behind the Navy
with a 17, a 12, and a 12. That's putting them squarely in the lead for today. Still a ways to go before they can contest Ukraine's scores at the top of Group A. Coast Guard Gaming down in Group B, they had their struggles on that 16 Cinderbrew, having to reset it. I believe it was 2 whole times before deciding that, nope, this is not the place to be. We're moving on to Priory. It's put them a little bit behind the competition on their number of runs per, time usage. But now that they've shifted gears to Priory, they should be comfortably able to get themselves 15s here and 15s in Rookery as well. That would give them a nice baseline to make decisions on where they want to get some extra points in the final hour or so of regulation time. The FW and the Combat Tested Gaming team, they have come out strong today, starting out with some really clean rookeries, including one where they defeated the Voidstone Monstrosity with no lust. It came up after they killed the boss. So persevering and pushing through, they elected not to run the 15 and decided to switch tactics and go to Cinderbrew instead, where they are now progressing on the 11. So unfortunately, the AAEE esports team, our wonderful French competitor, they did have their players receive orders last night, and so they were not able to rally a full 5-man team for today's competition, and they will be forfeiting. And it's such a shame that it's going to force them into relegation down to Group C, where they will have to fight their way back out. And we also don't get to know about the wonderful bee puns in French. Kaboom, don't out yourself. I was being nice.
Watch your step. Kill ads.
Hunt.
Knocking back.
Non, sacre bleu. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. New Zealand Defense Force, French Army of the Air and Space, Air Force Gaming, the 3 teams, one in each group, that just weren't able to rally their team members for this weekend. But duty calls. That sounded like a dungeon completion noise to me, and the IPA is defeated by Goats and Glory. They're now making their way over to Bank Busby.
Hunt.
Watch your step.
That 10 completed by Coast Guard is a necessary first step. I imagine we'll see them go back into Priory. They're saving Rookery for a nice, easy slowdown towards the end of the day.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
That 15 Priory for Army is going to help them start pushing some of these
Higher keys. I didn't see what just happened on the
Hunt.
Navy screen. Whether that was a completion or a reset, I didn't see it. I thought they were making their way to Busby. I didn't see that they were on Goldie yet, so we're going to verify. But Combat Tested Gaming has
4,
completed their 11,
2,
and it looks like
1.
they're going to go straight back in. Okay, it looks like it was a completion on the 12. They're now back in the Cinderbrew 15.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming.
Hunt.
AOE incoming.
I think that was a reset. We're trying to double check logs to verify, but
AOE incoming.
why would they have reset the 15 unless they didn't think they could time the key? Now, Super and I discussed this yesterday. There are actually a lot of valid reasons why you would reset a key even so far into it, because the amount of time you lose, let's say you're in the 15, let's say you've spent 20 minutes of your timer. If you reset now, you're guaranteed to lose 20 minutes. If you don't reset and you one chest instead of the 2 chests that you were aiming for, you'll have then spent 28 minutes.
Knocking back.
You'll have to run the dungeon again, which is going to be another 20-something minutes, and then you'll be at the 17. Whereas if you reset the 15 and then complete it on that second block, you'll only lose the 20 and then the rerun, which it saves a couple of minutes. Yeah, that's my expectation of Viscera, is that they really need to +2 this. They had a disconnect. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking.
Knocking back.
Still, there is enough time in the day. I mean, we look at what Taps ran yesterday. They ran the most dungeons out of anybody. 12 dungeons completed. And I believe we checked before, they reset twice throughout the day. So you have a couple of minutes of leeway to do that and still top the scores. You just got to choose those moments wisely. A disconnect is unfortunate.
Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back.
Hunt.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
Knocking back. Incoming.
Hunt.
Knocking back. Watch your step. Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back.
Army completing this 17 Priory is going to make a big jump in their score.
Hunt.
Rain. Knocking back. Breath incoming.
Navy will still be ahead because they have the extra 12, even with the 15.
Hunt.
But it's they had the advantage, right? Navy had a strong lead with the early 12 points across the board.
Hunt.
And so yes, that reset isn't going to be catastrophic for them, but it has given Army a chance to close the gap a little bit.
Interrupt.
Now, once Army completes this 17, they will, as we expect, move on to the Rookery and restart again from 12. So another 12, 15, 17 to come from them there.
Hunt.
In the same amount of time that now Navy will finish the 15, then do another 15, then a 17. Whereas without the
Target
reset,
change.
Navy would have still been a dungeon ahead.
Charging. Move.
So that's gonna
Target
be rough. But we're watching Coast Guard here pick up some more of this trash on their way to the captain. We've not had a chance to really watch them today. They are one of our more unique compositions with both the Paladin and the Warrior. Throughout their time in the AFDL, Coast Guard has typically been the team who likes to stay on comfort picks the most.
Charging. Move. Dispel. Dispel. Target change.
CC. Reflective shield. Reflective shield.
You won't peel off anymore. You must defeat Dale Cry now.
Tainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame!
Flame strike.
Oh no. Is Navy resetting? Is Navy resetting again?
Ember storm.
Eliminate these vermin!
Greater heal. Flame strike.
Next.
You won't peel off any.
Hold! I see their death. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants.
Greater heal. Strike.
Ours is the true path for the Arathi!
P.I.Z.L. cow. Potion. Dodge. 3.
Yeah, it looks like it was another reset for the Navy team. Again, that's putting them now behind by 10 minutes on this dungeon timer compared to the U.S. Army.
Divine Judgment. AOE.
To these heathens!
Hothead, you want to watch some CTG action?
3, 2, dot 1. Divine Judgment. Savage Mauling. Savage Mauling.
We certainly can.
Divine Judgment.
We'll change it up a little as well. I'll get you some Hunter POV. We've not had a Hunter POV, I think, at all this weekend.
Line on you. Interrupt.
Usually he is floor POV. Well, not today. Yeah, I mean, if your health bar is green, that means you're good, right? You don't need healing. I'm pretty sure how that works. That's how it works.
Charging.
I fully understand.
Target change. Charging.
Your
move.
survival.
Well, his health bar is not
wasn't
green anymore,
necessary.
so
Enrage.
might need a little bit of healing. Instead, he's gonna make the long run back.
Defensive.
But we can take a look back at what
Defensive.
J Craft's got going
Interrupt.
on while Endress makes the run.
Interrupt. Defensive. Interrupt. Front. Front.
Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Front. Front.
I appreciate the capitalization of that week, Cora.
The oozing honey is under you. Not anybody else, but you. The all caps really, really helped me understand where
Front. Defensive.
the puddle was that needed to not be stood in, so
Interrupt.
I enjoyed that.
Interrupt.
So far, really good timing. I mean, VFW, their combat-tested gaming team, they've started at the lower key level. In Group C, they start on an 8. So they have to deal with the switch between having a Pulsar affix and then switching over to Guile. Whereas Group B only has to do one dungeon. They start on the 10, and Group A starts straight in on the 12, so Guile all the way. But it's an adjustment that these guys have been making really, really smoothly, and their performance between the lower keys and the high keys has been fantastic.
Interrupt.
Oh my goodness! The Bunton has raided the channel! It is so good to see you all again. Welcome, welcome back to the AFDL. I'm solo winging it on the caster desk today, so we're enjoying a little bit of just World of Warcraft background noise. I wouldn't quite call it ASMR, but you know, the soothing, dulcet tones of casual dungeon destruction.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
And a little bit of insertion commentary every so often. I hope y'all are doing good. I hope you all enjoyed Bunton's stream. Hello.
Defensive.
What were you getting up to today, Bunton? Making some good progress?
Interrupt. Defensive. Front. Defensive. Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
All right, this hobgoblin needs to be dealt with carefully.
Defensive.
The final trash before they can start pulling this boss. We've seen teams struggle with this a little bit unnecessarily if they're not careful.
Front.
Oof. Alt delves. Well, I'm glad you all had a good time. And yes, it is, of course, Father's Day in many parts of the world today. Yesterday it was the U.S. Army's birthday. Today it's Father's Day. We've got so much celebration. I feel like there's got to be a get your father what he really wants this Father's Day. A subscription to World of Warcraft. I feel like there has to be a moment for that somewhere in here. Hashtag not sponsored.
Bam!
All right, so taking a look back at the quad, Army's progressing really well on this 17.
Defensive.
Finally working on Baron Braun. And Coast Guard working on this 13 Priory of Sacred Flame. They did manage to 3-chest the 10 earlier, which we mentioned was absolutely critical for them after the couple of resets they had on the 16 Cinderbrew.
Defensive.
Now, Army's current timer is 17:43. Still a little bit of ways to go. The time to beat, because U.S. Navy already has the 17 Priory completed, their time was a 31:06. That's what
Defensive.
Army is trying to outpace.
Defensive.
Hey, Hothead. Yeah, we can drip and drop it. It's a The POV from our hunter is just a little bit stuttery sometimes, so I'm keeping an eye on it. But we're going to bring them up in the quad a little later when we have an opportunity.
Defensive.
We can definitely do that once we get out of this boss fight. But we're probably going to watch Army's Prioress, so I can make the swap then. Unfortunately, a couple of deaths down for the Navy. Just waiting to release. Takes the res.
Defensive. Defensive.
Look at that huge pull. Navy says, there's just a couple of mobs in this room. We can kill them, right, guys? They don't need to live long enough for anything, right?
Defensive.
I just want to watch this pull because look at the numbers. Look at the bars. Look at the sparkles. It's insane, and they're just melting.
Defensive. Defensive.
And we're going to get to watch this pull of IPA. There's a lot of straightforward just dodge and don't stand in things that this boss has. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone try and fight him in that tiny little corner. Using the amount of space that you have in this room is so important. There's the game sound we're looking for.
Watch your step. Kill ads. Target.
Wait, did he just have a weak aura that said relax? Does he have a weak aura that was like, okay, buddy, you're good now. You can rest? Is that what I just heard? I gotta listen for that again.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Kill ads. Knocking back.
Hunt.
Really clean, really straightforward fight here. No unnecessary missteps. Mean that the IPA will be defeated, and they've already positioned him right by the door so they can get running on over to Bank Busby as soon as that death sound plays.
All right, we're going to switch gears real quick because I would like to see the end of this Navy pull, or sorry, the end of this Army pull here on the Prioress. They're still down in that first section. She has not yet transitioned. All right, boss is at about 70% health here. Now, earlier, they did something interesting with the Acolytes who try and run up the stairs. Instead of stopping them, rooting them, using, you know, whatever other crowd control abilities you have to prevent them from getting to the top of the stairs at all, they just carefully timed moving the boss. And I want to see if that's something that they stick with on this higher key level or whether it was just a little bit of a flashy, show-offy moment for a lower key. We're also keeping an eye on this timer. U.S. Navy's Priory was 31:06.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I would argue that they're on pace to beat that time. I mean, 5 deaths, still a lot. Not awful for 17, but not the cleanest it could be either. She's about to transition. And so up they run. All right, this is what we want to see. Is this a movement tech moment? Okay, so they did spend a little bit to just stall them getting up to the top, and then they focused on pulling the boss out of the way so that they would die fast enough. A combination. And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, your balanced druid has quite a few opportunities to help deal with those ads.
Avoid.
And I've just noticed Army is running the full Night Elf comp. Everybody's got Shadow Meld.
4, 3, 2, 1. Avoid.
The boss's health is down to 17%. Only 27 minutes on the timer so far. They could beat Navy's time by several minutes.
Avoid.
And that in combination with Navy's unfortunate resets in Cinderbrew
2, 1.
spells a good place to be if you're Army.
Avoid.
And there it is. 17 on the board. We expect them to move into the Rookery next. Oh, they're going back. This is surprising to me. Army are gonna go for the, is that a 19 in their pocket then? That's wild. Better get readied up. Surely not. All right, we did verify. It was a +1, so it is only an 18 that they're going into, but still, choosing to do the 18 Priory before the 12 Rookery. Okay. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The edition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
All right. This is going to be fun. We've got our first 18 of the day.
Hostile. The gods
And not off to too great of a start. A quick death is going to mean a quick reset for the US Army. Okay. Super in chat. We go again. Rip. All right. What a great way to kick this off in these superior keys. Are you sure you want to stick with the 18? Are you sure this is what you want to do? Okay. They're going back one more time.
Five,
In the bottom corner,
4, 3,
CTG's making
2,
excellent
1.
work of Goldie Baron bottom. They already have their forces percentage completed. And so this 13 Cinderbrew will put them in a really strong position. It's only going to be a one chest. They could now go for the 14. They have a 14 Rookery in their scoreboard already with a 15 in their pocket. So going for 14s across the board is a possibility. They will need a 15 somewhere if they want to beat out DOD from yesterday. Without a 15, DOD will be the team that advances into Group B.
Trap. Trap. Avoid.
And Coast Guard in that top left, we haven't had a chance to focus on them so much just. There's still a couple hours left in play today. We will find an opportunity. They have the greatest uphill battle of any of our teams today, trying to get themselves past Taps, who had an insane performance in Group B yesterday, if they want to make it back to Group A.
Avoid. Trap.
CTG choosing to run out of the dungeon rather than Town Portal. I wonder, I mean, if they're coming straight back for the 14, that could technically be faster.
CC.
I would be very curious to know the math on that. I mean, it's not like Goldie's room is far from the front door, so it could be quicker.
Trap.
Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Navy working on this 15. It does not look like it'll be a 2-chest, though. I want to punch in on that if we can. I'm looking at this timer. They've got 22 seconds left to do 66% of the boss's health. Lust was just popped, but she just has so much HP. 11 seconds left to do 50%. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Navy is going to get stuck with a 16 in their pocket instead of the 17 that they wanted. Oh, that's unfortunate. Goats and Glory just dealing with some tiny little struggles here today that are pushing them slowly and slowly back out of the lead position that they granted themselves right at the start.
Avoid.
Of course, it is not over yet. There is still plenty of opportunity, but I'm looking at the deaths. 8 deaths in this Cinderbrew. That's your time right there. Without those, you would have 2-chested this cleanly.
Spread. Trap.
Goldie's health now finally reaching 15%. Cash Cannon is about to be cast one more time. And here we go. Another cash cannon. As her health slowly ticks down to 0, the power of that Veg Demon Hunter means that he is just not even getting low eating that face on. And that's going to be the key. An unfortunate +1 for Goats and Glory. They now have to run that again just to secure themselves a 17 safety. VFW taking a small break. Just getting themselves reset before they go back into the 14 Cinderbrew. And now Navy's decided, you know what? We're not going to stick around for the 16. We don't want to be tilted on there. Let's go for the Rookery. Let's get some easy points on the board. And perhaps they can make up the difference, right? That 16, you know, if they manage to 2-chest the 17 here and get themselves straight into a 19 maybe later, that could offset the points that they need. So there's still lots of potential for this to tie up. Meanwhile, Coast Guard working on the Prioress for their 13 Priory.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
The Storm Riders have been corrupted. If only there was someone who could help. Sorry, I love the voice lines. I enjoy playing with all of the ambiance and the voice lines enabled.
What's your...
What a pull. Do you think there was enough electricity in that moment on screen? I don't know. I think there could have been more glowing things. Just look at the meters from the U.S. Navy team. 24 million damage from that unholy DK. 24 million. Ooh, Coast Guard running into a little bit of trouble there, but Ninetails is able to keep everybody alive. Lust is still active for another 20 seconds. The Dancing Raccoon tells us so, and we believe in the timer that it gives us. It should be enough to just about phase through this next blast.
AAEE incoming. Frontal. AOE incoming.
Oh no. Oh no. Coast Guard is so close, but they need percentage. We saw this happen to DOD yesterday, and it's happening here. Look at that 0.42%. That's barely a mob.
AOE incoming. Frontal.
Bad Bitty DJ, we've got some commands that you can use to grab yourself a look at the bracket. We will also be posting updates roughly every hour here on the stream.
Frontal.
We're about 10 minutes away from our next update. There we go. Coast Guard has got the percentage points that they needed to clear that 13.
AOE incoming.
Aha! Well, we've had a lot of love for the CTD team earlier today. People have been hanging out in chat. It looks like that was a successful +2 by the Coast Guard. And Coast Guard want to go back. They want the 15 Priory in the bag. Yeah, the strategy of having to run back for percentage, guys. Come on, Coast Guard. That was like patented DOD and everything.
Watch your step.
Poor Nine, who wasn't here yesterday, missed out on all the drama.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
How closely Navy was skirting those lasers, I was holding my breath. Oh my goodness.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your
Hunt.
step. Watch your 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 step.
Hunt. Hunt.
Watch your step. 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 Watch your step.
Hunt.
Pulling in.
Hunt.
I'm out of range. I need the pulling in. Spread. I can't drink that. It is too far.
All right, we're 5 minutes away from our next scoreboard check.
Hunt.
Pulling in.
We're well past the halfway mark on today's regulation time. The way it shaped up yesterday, nobody took advantage of the extra start. Excuse me. For those who are new to the AFDL, the timer in the center of your screen is how long teams have to start a new key. No runs can be started after that timer has hit 0, but runs that are in progress can be completed. So we have seen it happen before where a team, manages to get a key started in the last second and eke out an extra point over their opponents. It has happened. We got a little bit of a skip coming out from Navy. Apparently, I've got the hiccups now, guys. Lucky for you, we'll be going to a quick break after our hour mark scoreboard update. So I will see about getting these hiccups gone.
Pulling in. Pulling in.
This 15 flame is going quite well for Coast Guard. 3 deaths so far. They're still making their way to Captain Dalecry. But it could certainly have been worse.
Pulling in.
Where are they going?
Pulling in.
Trying to make sure they don't get pulled. I see.
Pulling in.
Ah, somebody died. And so this is the run back, I'm guessing.
Hunt.
Meanwhile, the 18 is progressing steadily for U.S. Army. They are already working on Baron Braunpike. Prioress Murphy still a little ways to go in the future, but they've only run out half the timer. Well, a little more than half. The question is, can they one-chest this? Can they complete the 19, and then can they walk into the 20?
Target you.
I said I wanted to see a 20 this weekend. That was going to be my my peak performance desire from these teams is for someone to walk into a 20. We'll see whether it happens.
Hunt.
Which way?
And we are going to get one more Twitch ad break forced upon us here in the next 30 seconds or so. Once we get back from that, we will check out a score update and see where our standings sit.
Target you.
Pulling in.
Run.
Which way? Which way? Pulling in.
Run.
CTG working on this Cinderbrew. They're a little slower than their previous pace. You can see in the dungeon timer there, they're about, what, a minute and 10 seconds behind where they really want to be.
Target you.
2 deaths on the board, though.
Hunt.
That's 30 seconds of it right there.
Which way?
Navy is about to take down Stormguard Goren. We're going to see them head over to the Voidstone Monstrosity.
Pulling in.
Run. Target you.
We are now less than 2 hours away from the end of today. Navy's got to deal with all the trash on their way to the boss. We'll probably see them do the skip strat that Combat Tested Gaming has elected not to run this weekend, where you kill the extra Ascendant before you go back for the final pack with the Voidstone. We will see, but that's what I'm expecting them to do. Those small time saves are something that these Group A teams, you know, take advantage of. Every little bit counts. Speedrunner rules.
Hunt.
Watch your
Hunt.
All right, now that everybody is back from the ads, and we've got a little bit of time before the next couple bosses get started, I'm going to speed us through our break. So, before I get to the details, let's show you all the scores and everything that is happening right now on
watch your
the leaderboard. You can see right here, U.S. Army Esports, they have got themselves the 17. They've got a 17. They have not touched Rookery yet, which is keeping them slightly behind, but they're slowly making up that lost time. The 18 Priory would put them in a really strong position. U.S. Navy working on their Rookery now. They only managed to one chest the 15, which I think was going to be a little bit of a disappointment for them, but they made the call to simply finish rather than reset. Now they have the 16 in their pocket, a 17 completed for Priory, and the 12 completed for Rookery. Coast Guard struggling a little bit with the 15 and the 13, but making excellent progress on a Priory of their own. They too are saving Rookery for a final nice and easy ending You know, sometimes you get to the end of the day and you are exhausted from how hard you've had to push. You want something simple to close out. So a very viable option from them. VFW, they went the other way. They wanted to get Rookery done and dusted. Now working on the 14 Cinderbrew. They need to then get themselves a 14 Priory and another 15 on the board if they want to secure themselves the lead. Alternatively, they could go for a 13-15 and try and edge out DOD on time. It's possible, but it's a risky strategy. So we'll see what they get up to in the next little while. I'm going to take a quick break, try and get rid of these hiccups. I will bring you back to the quad in just a moment. And until then, everybody, see you in a little bit.
Watch your step. 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 Target you. Special coming. Target you. Your survival wasn't necessary. Special coming. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step. Crowd control. Spread. Crowd control. Spread. Watch your step. Watch your step. Spread. Spread. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Watch your step. Think right. Watch your step. Watch your step. Interrupt. AAEE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt. AAEE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Dispel boss. Watch your step. Dispel boss. Watch your step. Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Dispel boss. Interrupt. Dispel boss. Target you.
All right.
Interrupt.
Looks like we've had a couple of dungeon completions while I've been
Interrupt.
gone. The 18 timed by US Army. And a couple of 16s being worked on here by the Navy and the Coast Guard respectively.
Target you.
Meanwhile, VFW and Combat Tested Gaming did not manage to time the 14 in Cinderbrew. It was heartbreaking. Their lust wasn't up. It just wasn't going to happen, and they've elected to step away from that dungeon and head on into Priory as well, which they have not completed any of. We're now 1.5 hours left in regulation time. And it's tough. Right now, U.S. Army is trying to outpace Ukraine's scores from yesterday. They are certainly going to have a challenge if they want to top Group A. Ukraine has a 17, an 18, and an 18. U.S. Army Esports already has a 17 and 18 of their own, but to get the 18 in this one, they'll have to complete this 15 to chest it. Get themselves the 17 done, and at least one chest it. Then they have to run the 18, so there's still 3 more dungeons for them to run just to tie, at which point it comes down to time, who completed the 3 dungeons in the fastest time. Then, if they want to surpass Ukraine and guarantee themselves that top spot, they either need to complete a 19 or get the 18 Cinderbrew done. We know it's possible. Taps managed to do it yesterday, our first 18 of the weekend.
Watch your step.
But in the time that they have left to run 4, 5 dungeons, that's a big
Face
ask.
away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
Unfortunately, Coast Guard has a wipe. Oh no. The captain was so low. And it just managed to fall apart.
Interrupt.
Is this going to mean a reset for Coast Guard? They had to reset their 16 Cinderbrew a couple times. And their town portaling away. Are they going to have to reset their Priory as well?
Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face
Coast Guard
away.
has no
3,
score in Rookery
2,
too just yet, so they could head there and get some easy points. Luckily for them, the French Army of Air and Space's forfeiture today means that they are safe from relegation, but holding that position in Group B as a challenger and not, you know, setting yourself up to potentially get demoted down to Group C in the fall is tough. At this rate, with a couple of 16s, they're not going to be able to overtake Taps in the time that they have left. So the question is where they will stand against Warrior Gamer's score.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CTG making their way in. To their 11 Priory, and Coast Guard have chosen to go for the Rookery. They're going to get that 10 done, score some easy points.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control.
Let's run another poll.
Crowd control. Crowd control.
All right, I'm giving everybody 5 minutes. You can vote on which team you want to watch complete their current run for us to do a little bit of a follow along full screen. So get your votes in there. We've got a couple of good contenders here. There's been a lot of love for CTG so far this weekend, and they are making good progress. Meanwhile, if you want to see a higher key, your vote should be going to the Navy team. They're working on that 17 Rookery. Of course, Army working on the 15 themselves.
Spread.
If you've got channel points stored up, extra votes are allowed. You can spend your channel points and weigh this poll in your favor.
Crowd control. Watch your step.
Got a lot of VFW lovers here in chat. Good to see it.
Spread. Watch your step.
Couple of votes for Army.
Spread.
But CTG's currently the favorite by almost double, 53% of the vote for CTG. Army and Navy are splitting second place with 20%-ish each. Got a little bit of love for Coast Guard as well. Also, I know I misspelled who's in the title, but that's a problem for future me to berate myself for. I was too hasty.
Crowd control.
Goran about to be defeated by the U.S. Army team. They've stacked up really well, got themselves tucked away in the corner. He's got sub 10% HP. And now they begin the long run down to the monstrosity.
Watch your step.
Ah,
Watch
but
your step.
Nubo, don't forget, these are not the only teams that have competed this weekend. Army might be in the lead right now for the 4 teams you can see on your screen, but they
Crowd
have
control.
not yet secured the lead in Group A. That honor goes to the Ukrainian
Watch your
team who put
step.
out a
Crowd
strong
control.
performance yesterday. And Army's running out of time if they want to match scores. They could come down to a tiebreaker.
Watch your
If they
step.
want to supersede, they need a 19 or they need triple 18s. It's a big ask, so it is certainly
step.
not over in Group A just yet.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
Do you hear that, Army? Get on
Crowd
that.
control.
You know, I think
Watch
they're
your
doing
step.
their best. We'll see, but I think they're probably trying pretty hard. Honestly, if Navy didn't have those unfortunate resets earlier, it would be an even closer match than it is right now. Realistically, right now, they need to complete 6 dungeons, which is that's tough. They could two chest some 16s and
Watch
catch
your
back
step.
up. So Navy is by far not out.
Interrupt.
But having to two chest the 16 is a risky position to put yourself in where they find themselves.
AOE incoming.
Wow. Hothead dumped 6,000 channel points into that vote so we could watch the combat-tested gaming run.
Watch your step.
And so we shall.
Interrupt.
Once we get through this opening trash and start heading over to the captain, we'll bring them up on the full screen and watch them complete this run, which should take us into the home stretch of today's timer.
AOE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Don Becky, that's exactly right. DOD is currently holding that top position in Group C, but CTG are coming for them. Moist. Hey, he voted. It's what the consumers
your step.
want. What can I say about that? And there is the captain defeated for CTG. I blinked. I literally blinked and the boss died. I was too busy reading chat.
Watch your disband
That's how
boss.
fast they killed it. It's a nice big pull here in the Baron's room.
Disbound boss.
Army are working on this Voidstone monstrosity here. I don't think we've seen a single team successfully two-cycle this boss this weekend. We've seen a couple 3s,
Disbound
we've seen a couple
boss.
4s, but not any 2s. It's a big ask. Even on the lower keys, it's a big ask. Oh, did Army two-cycle the 12? Oh, I missed it. I'm going to have to go back and see that in the VOD.
Disbound boss.
Which will be available on YouTube after this and on Twitch to our Twitch subscribers.
Interrupt.
I'm just waiting for CTG streams to smooth out a little bit so we can cut to them full screen. As you can see, there's just a few
Disband boss.
particles
Disband
causing some
boss.
lag there.
Move. Move. Interrupt. Move. Move.
I need her closer. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet.
Bam!
Move. Soak. Affix. Move. Dot. Interrupt.
Oh, that's a death that you can't afford if you're the army right now.
Empowered.
Let's see a POV of someone who's still alive. 2 down. The druid goes down as well. It is now just the tank and the healer. Do they have the battle reses available? Where is that check? Lust is on cooldown, but where's the battle reses? Where's the battle reses?
Dot. Interrupt.
Oh, this is so incredibly close. And no, the tank goes down. That's a wipe. Army is not going to be able to two-chest that boss.
Move.
They're going to time it. They'll get the 16, but oh, that's unfortunate for their plans to try and overtake Ukraine. Yeah, they really need that 17.
Move.
I think, honestly, that's a good decision. That's a good decision. The amount of time that it takes to go and complete the 16 and then complete the 17 and then complete the 18 versus just redoing again and getting the two chest
Empowered.
is, oh, that's painful if you're army. That's, ooh.
Move.
Oof, oof, oof. Well, we'll check back in, especially the fact that Navy's working on their 17 right now. That was a good call. We'll see how they do with that after this Priory, as voted on by you in chat.
Interrupt.
Looks like we have arrived just in time for the Baron to be defeated.
Move. Move. Interrupt. Interrupt.
All right, I need to listen. Is Jaycraft the someone who had the Weakor earlier that told him to relax?
Move.
It was in Cinderbrew, but I don't know if it was Jay.
Affix.
Blinding light reveals the strength of an army of the risen.
Interrupt. Move. Interrupt. 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 Move. Interrupt.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
There's a lot of kicks in this fight.
Interrupt.
They're only at 80% completion.
Move. Affix. Move. Move. Interrupt. Move. Interrupt. 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 Move. Move. Interrupt. Interrupt.
All right. This is going to get them a decent way. They've chosen to pull both packs and the patrol from the front of the room. What we need to keep an eye on is if this is going to be another 99-point percentage on forces cleared, or if they're going to have to go back for another trash mob.
Move. Defensive.
All right, looks like everything that they've aggroed will top them over the 100% mark, and they'll be able to take on the Prioress with no worries. Lust not available for another 4 minutes.
Defensive.
Not terrible, considering they're going to spend a little bit more time still clearing this pack and then having to go through the entire first phase of the boss. But their lust management has been something that I think in general could probably use some improvement. The run that they failed in Cinderbrew, that 14 that was just ever so slightly over time, they probably could have completed it if they'd had Lust available for Goldie Baron bottom, but they spent it on Buzz, and there was just no way that in the last minute and 20 seconds they were going to be able to do all of her health pool.
Affix.
So here, that 3-minute timer, still a little bit longer than you'd want it to be, but not awful.
Bam!
Turn.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Move. Move. Turn.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Move. Affix.
Just looking at this already, they've got her health down to 47%. There's a good chunk of damage coming out here, but the Lust isn't up for another minute and 42. Is this going to be another instance where the final boss dies lustless? The neophytes are on their way and need to be dealt with.
Move.
Just a couple of grips. Trying to keep them out of the way. And some good cleave
3, 2,
will mean they do not manage to reach her.
Move. Move.
And there they go. That's the 11 plus 2. We're going to see them come back probably on the 13. Get themselves another easy set. Let's check in on everybody else right now. Navy has made good progress in their Rookery. We'll be able to watch them complete that dungeon. Coast Guard, they're on their 13 Rookery, having just started. And Army still progressing this 15, going for the 2 chest once again.
What did you bring me? The dunes have everything we need.
Watch your
Ooh, an unfortunate couple of deaths there for the Army. There's only 3 on the clock. But they still have some time.
AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Hunt.
I can't drink it. It's too far.
Hunt.
Watch your AOE.
All right, we got one more Twitch ad break coming up on us right here in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be following up on the Navy's progress with this final boss of Rookery. Meanwhile, CTG having a great time with a nice big pull to start off the 15 Sacred Flame.
Watch your defensive. Watch your step. Defensive.
Hunt.
I can't drink.
Defensive.
Defensive.
Hunt.
Watch your step.
Hunt.
Defensive. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Defensive.
That was a pretty solid burn. Monstrosity sitting at 55%.
Watch your step.
With the shell about to break. No lust this time means they're just going to have to pump the old-fashioned way. Press as many buttons as they can. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. This is cutting it a little bit close for comfort, I gotta say. It's gonna be a 3-cycle. Oh, 29% in 2 minutes, and you still have to take care of the shield as well. It's possible that they don't time this key.
Defensive.
The question is, they only have 3 deaths on the clock, so where is the efficiency loss? You know, if they come back to run this key one more time, they're gonna have to do something differently. That's 1 minute and 30 left. The shield still has a little bit of ways to go before it can be burned through. Once again, no lust. We don't have a cooldown tracker anywhere to see what everybody's up to. Well, there it is. The shell is gone. It's time to blast. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Can you get 25% of the boss's health done in that amount of time before it pops another shield? If that shield gets through, that is going to be this dungeon over, I think, for the team. 3, 2, 1, and they get it. 55 seconds remaining on the clock. That's a 17 Rookery in the bag. Woo! That was rough. That was, oh, I was so worried that the final shield would come in. That boss gives me Zakul vibes, and there have been too many close calls. And the second last boss from Ajara's Eternal Palace. I actually really loved that fight. I might have even loved it more than the Ajara fight. Because the Ajara fight wasn't really an Ajara fight. She was just kind of there. It was a room. You were fighting the room. So, I don't know. Zakul is probably like, yeah, that was a fantastic boss. Looks like Navy are gonna go back to Cinderbrew. It's a good decision. Army are much better placed now to 2-chest this 15.
4,
They have 3 deaths, so that's a 45-second loss.
1.
But much better. 5 minutes and 20 seconds in order to kill the boss. It'll be tight, but it's doable. I think we're going to follow that one. We want to see how this goes.
Knock. Clear.
All right, taking a look at Super's UI. They've got 2 minutes left on Lust, so it will not be available for the first burn. The shell still has a fair little bit of health here that they need to get through before they can actually damage the boss.
Knock. Clear.
It's a long fight. Like, it's a 5-minute fight, this boss.
What's damage?
Still, that's a pretty quickly melting health bar. 70% already passed. They did have...
Personal.
Sorry, that timer that I gave you earlier was for the battle res. I don't know what I was looking at. Lust was available for this first burn. I confused myself. And 56% is reasonable. Very reasonable. So likely to be a 2-cycle here, but 3 minutes 30 is well enough time.
Clear. Personal.
What's damage?
And the fact that they have those 3 battle reses means that they've got a good amount of safety. You can see this next burn happening here. The boss down to 30% health. They know it's going to be a 3-cycle. 28% is pretty good. Have we found anywhere on his UI a font that doesn't match?
No.
Well, let me get you started on the fonts
Clear.
on this UI. You've got the first set of player health bar font. On that left-hand side, it's thin, it's spindly. I believe it matches the Voidstone Monstrosity focus bar health in that middle right section. Then you have the font chosen for his stats up in the top left corner. Strength, haste, crit, etc. The scrolling text in the extra top left corner is different as well. The cooldown text on the left side of his character is different. The font for the meters is different. There's just quite a few. The ready and pull font over there by the raid marker icons, that's a different font. Just a few here. And I'm being generous. Well, there you go. They need a little bit of percentage. 3% is going to be this pack right here. Arguably, you leave the Voidstone alive and you just kill more civilians. Because the Voidstone just takes so long to kill. It looks like they're going to go for it instead. 98.1%. They have a minute to kill this Voidstone. Imagine one-chesting because you chose to kill less civilians. It doesn't look like that's going to be a concern for them. The health bar is just getting shredded. 40 seconds remain and only 20% health left. That's going to be a 2 chest for the army. They needed this. They really, really needed this after that reset. And there it is. I expect we'll see them go straight back into the 17 Rookery. Doesn't really make sense to shift your focus there after you've just put so much effort into getting the 17. Navy's hopes for a first place Group A rest on 2-chesting this Cinderbrew. It's tough. I don't know that it's doable, but that's what it is. Of course, they are safe. Air Force Gaming will be the team that gets relegated down to Group B this week. So it's purely a matter of chasing that top spot.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Hunt.
I need to target something.
Line on you.
Hunt.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
Hunt.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Hunt. Hunt.
Watch your step.
Hunt. Hunt.
Spread. Pushback incoming. Spread. New boss. Spread. Pushback incoming. Spread.
Hunt.
Pushback incoming. Spread.
"40 minutes left. At this point, these teams have 2 dungeons. The one they're currently in, and 1 more. Maybe, if Navy is fast enough, they could get a timer in to start before the clock hits 0. Maybe. You're looking at this Cinderbrew. There's probably another 15 minutes here. They could. Everybody else is too early in their dungeons. Coast Guard, or not Coast Guard, CTG could too, actually. They're close enough to the end of their Priory that it is possible for a 3rd dungeon to happen. So the question is, where do you go next if you're these teams and you have only 1 more place to go? Army, I think it's obvious. I think you stay in Rookery and you do the 18.
Spread.
Coast Guard, I think they do the Rookery 15 and then probably the Rookery 16. Just thinking about what they have in their bag, that would seem sensible to me. Doesn't make sense to go do the 18 if they're having issues with 16. So yeah, and you'd probably want to prioritize the Rookery over Cinderbrew. So I think they would stay here as well. If CTG has time for 2 dungeons, they'll do the 14 in this and the 14 Rookery. That would be safe.
Hunt.
And it would lock them into 2nd place in Group C, I think. Because they don't have time to get a 15 anymore on the board.
Target change.
Navy. They probably finish this. Then they go... Oh, do they go back to the Cinderbrew? I think... Oh, no, this is the Cinderbrew 16. So, at that point, they'll have either a Cinderbrew 17 to lock in, which would give them 17s across the board.
Charging. Move.
Or they could choose to pick up their points somewhere else. They could do a Priory 18 or a Rookery 18, which would give them a 15, 17, 18 scoreline. Tough decisions.
Hunt.
Target change.
Hunt. Charging, move. Interrupt.
Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. Ruining everything.
I need to get closer.
Hunt.
Target change. Dispel. Charging, move.
I can't drink.
Target change. Charging, move. Target change.
I cannot
Interrupt. Charging change.
It's still
Hunt.
Target change.
I can't drink.
Charging, move.
Hunt.
It is too hard.
Hunt.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I'm out of range.
Charging, move.
Hunt.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can't drink.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. Range 5. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. Range 5. AOE incoming.
Hunt. Hunt.
AOE incoming.
Goats and Glory have decided to restart their Cinderbrew 16 once more. There's just something about this dungeon that is giving them a hard time today. The combat tested gaming team working on their 14 Priory, having just completed the 13. They do still have the option
Knocking back.
to tie with DOD and take us to a tiebreaker in Group C. But it would require them to go and do either their 15 Cinderbrew or their 15 Priory after this. And I think the 14 Rookery is the safer bet. The irony, of course, is that had they timed the 14 Rookery earlier and then had to go for a 15, they could have just flat out defeated DOD and gone straight into Group B on merit of score with no tiebreaker required. So that you know, couple of seconds over that they were.
Watch your step.
I'm sorry, it was their Cinderbrew that they did not time. It's been a long day.
Knocking back.
You know, it's just... It's exactly what we talked about at the start of yesterday and the start of today, which is the point of the AFDL is that it requires perfect execution the first time. You know, you don't get a second or third chance to go back and run these dungeons when there's so little time. 5 hours for 3 dungeons, as high as you can go, and everybody is pushing with top tier gear on Tournament Realm. It's a big ask, and it really changes the way you need to play. You need to lock in. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Knocking back.
And the improvement we've seen from the CTG team this weekend has been incredible. I really look forward to see how they'll shape up in the fall.
Knocking back. Breath incoming. Knocking back. Watch your step. Range 5, knocking back. Then come. Knocking back.
Hunt.
Knocking back. Breath incoming.
This is your sub 30 minutes remaining in play today. Ooh, CTG going for a reset. That's not ideal. That may cost them their ability to go for the tiebreaker. Now, 29 minutes is enough to complete this, but it's a big if.
Knocking back.
Here they go, rushing in strong. They need a good first set of pulls.
Hunt.
Target change. Charging. Move.
If CTG fails to complete this 14, they'll end up in a tiebreaker with United.
Interrupt.
2 13s and a 14 on the board for that team.
Change. Charging. Move. Charging. Change. Interrupt. Dispel. Target change. Interrupt.
Coast Guard with a heartbreaking death right there for their healer. Ninetail needs to be alive. Luckily, this trash is killable. But everyone's just a little bit lower than you really want to see them right now.
Hunt.
Charging.
Hunt.
Target change. Run out.
Another death comes through on the Coast Guard side. The Kaboomkin is dead as well. The Ascendant, though, 1% remaining. Gets interrupted by Rune. And they are going to be able to res their fallen teammates. All they have to do is complete this key. At this point in the game, resetting for the 2 chest is not worth it. You're going for the 1 chest anyway. You have 6 deaths on the clock. You just need to get yourself a solid scoreline. You are safe from relegation. So let's close it out. They've elected to pull the corner pack, knowing that they are not in any danger. Unfortunately, 9 gets a lot of aggro and drops real low, real fast. Everybody's health is just sitting a little bit riskily around that 50% mark, but she gets them all topped up. Foos, of course, running his classic Paladin as the Coast Guard tank.
Darkness. Void Crush. Void Crush. Void Crush. Void Crush. Void Void extraction. Void crush.
Dot.
Instability.
Void
Feasting
crush.
away.
4.
Void extraction.
Ooh, 9 takes a huge chunk of damage right there. Does not go down.
Spread. Umbo wave.
4.
Void extraction.
60 seconds remaining until Lust is back up, which means they will have it for the first burn on the monstrosity.
Unleash darkness. Umbo wave.
4. Knock.
Void shell. Oblivion wave.
Here it is. The first shell
Dot. 3.
needs
2,
to be defeated.
1.
No
Knock.
upheaval.
Clear.
Oblivion wave.
It looks like Army has just completed their 17 Rookery in the background.
Dot.
They did get that kill. So the question is,
Oblivion wave.
what other 18 are they going to chase? They need an 18 in order to go for the tiebreaker with Ukraine. Now, there is the potential
2.
for Army
1.
to complete
Dot.
the
No.
19 Priory.
Clear.
A 19 Priory with 2 17s versus a double 18 and a 17 would allow Army to actually win Group A, if I'm not mistaken.
Stable corruption.
Pyro. Potion.
So
Storm Slayer.
So it's not over. Do Army feel like they've got a 19 in them right now?
1.
This is a choice. This is a choice that
Hunt.
they are going to have to. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for it. They want to win. 21 minutes on the clock. They'll have a couple of reset attempts here. It's lined up very well for them. But this is their only hope to win Group A.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming.
Gotta get those last minute talent changes in here.
Hunt.
AOE incoming. AOE in range 5.
Looks like another reset may have happened for the Navy on their 16 Cinderbrew. They're only a minute and 40 seconds into the dungeon. Coast Guard just looking for places to stand as they work through the monstrosity. They got one more phase to cycle. Army's just taking a moment, catching their breath, getting all of their buffs.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Range 5.
Hunt.
Here we go. 20 minutes remain.
of Belladar.
Coast Guard successfully complete their 15.
But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain
These
Dale
teams are really starting to push the limits of what they are comfortable with this weekend.
Trap. Avoid. Trap. 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 Hit.
Look at this pull by the Army. It did not go well for them. I was about to take them full screen and then they instantly died. Just a little bit of a risky play. Now, of course, they do have 18 minutes to faff around here in the opening section, but you will not have a reset later. So it's better to get yourself a strong start now and feel comfortable before you are forced to commit. This is going to be our first 19 this weekend. Coast Guard looking for that 16 Rookery. I think that is the right call from them. As we predicted. You can see Army just taking a moment to rejig their thought process here. What can we pull? What can we adjust? Let's really make sure our game plan is in place and we are all clear. Youthicon, we're going to hold the scoreboard for a little bit. It's a close one. There's 16 minutes left. Currently, as it stands, Ukraine is still in the lead in Group A. U.S. Army's going for a bit of a Hail Mary here with this 19 Priory. Goats of Glory has been struggling a little bit with this 16 Cinderbrew. We've seen a lot of resets. Coast Guard in Group B is pushing hard, trying to get themselves a 16 Rookery. And Combat Tested Gaming aiming for this 14 Priory. I don't expect them to have enough time to start another dungeon. They could, which would put them in contention with DoD to lead Group C, but it would be incredibly close. And yeah, the love for Taps in chat is absolutely deserved. Had Taps been in Group A to start on 12, it's entirely possible they would have led the pack this weekend. It was a wild performance yesterday by the Taps team. All right, another ready check is out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it seems another reset for Navy. There's just something about this Cinderbrew that they are not jiving with. The question is, where else can they go? They have some 17s. They have 18s in their pockets. Either they get this 16 Cinderbrew or they go for an 18 Rookery. That's really their only choice right now. I don't think the Cinderbrew is working out for them. You have 14 minutes. Go try something else. You have time to reset, but they're not going to. They're committed. They're sticking with it. Ooh. These final choices in this last section of the day, they can be what make or break your final score. Army still resetting, getting themselves comfortable for this 19 run. There goes the ready check. The 10-second timer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Will this be the attempt?
The expedition built the Priory as a place to
You wanted some vengeance, Demon Hunter. We'll give you some vengeance, Demon Hunter.
But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile,
Slowly sneaking their way through.
to kill you. And Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his
Really well executed. That sharpshooter's still kind of in a bad place. Does get gripped in by Super. And this first pull is just so dangerous, but Blondie is ready for it, keeping everybody topped off as they cleave through this stack of mobs. Look at the burst in the small, small windows between shields and abilities going off. These health bars are bouncing. Suleiman's still got about 12% health. They're going to need to knock him out. Scoop gets a little bit low, is brought back up. Blondie takes a 50% chunk. The Druid being left to his own devices, just some passive healing going out while they focus on taking down the rest of these mobs. That's the start you want to see in this 19. This is your second group. And the strategy that they've chosen always carries that small risk, right? If somebody dies, you've skipped so much of the start that getting them back, it can be a big headache.
Only the strongest
Oh!
survive.
And there it is. That's a lot of damage real fast. They prep another key. They zone out. They zone back in. And they go again. They have a choice to make. That 19 is their only hope for a clean victory. It's their only hope. If they fail to do the 19, they lose. If they time an 18, maybe there's a tiebreaker potential, but you're risking it. Ukraine's times have been fantastic yesterday. They played so well. But Army is trying something different. They're not sure they can handle the 19. I won't get to see my 20 this weekend. I'm so sad. But the 18 Cinderbrew is a solid choice. Taps completed it yesterday. In fact, they're the only team to have completed an 18 Cinderbrew. They have the Rookery option as well. Why they would prefer Cinderbrew over Rookery is certainly a question.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, I don't think we're going to see the same pull on this 18 that we saw on the 12. Still going to be a large one to start with. See, I'm looking at that 19 Priory, and I'm just thinking, you know, give it an hour. Give it a few resets, slowly, methodically, working your way through, getting your cooldowns aligned, remembering what you have to do on that dungeon. Yes, Army could absolutely beat it. That first pull was so incredibly clean. But as we said, in the AFDL, you only get 1, maybe 2 shots. There's still 7 minutes left of regulation time here. Minds can still be changed. I'm watching CTG right now. They have 8 minutes. 6 on regulation time. So if they have a key in their bags ready to go, they are able to kill the Prioress with 2 minutes left or so on the clock, teleport out, teleport in, put the key in the font and hit start. Technically, they could go for 1 more dungeon and try and take DOD out of the spot. There's so many things that would require, though. Suddenly, the 20 or 30 seconds that they lose each time in Rookery with the pathing they had towards the final boss is starting to look like it's adding up. Coast Guard progressing really nicely on Stormguard Goren. They've only had 1 death in this dungeon. This has definitely been one of their cleaner runs in the last little while.
Oof. CTG is really cutting this close. I didn't realize how much percentage they still needed when I was speaking earlier. And I do not think that they're going to be able to. I mean, even timing this could be tough. There's only 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left in regulation time before no new dungeons can be started. They've got just over 5 minutes to kill this trash and kill the boss. It's possible. She's not a crazy long boss, not like Voidstone, but she's also not quick. Goren's large health pool is slowly being chipped away by the Coast Guard team, as Brewmaster finally dies for the army.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back to business like a fox in wrestling.
Now he assigned some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Barenbottom is CEO of this joint.
Please get my meadery back, Outlander. It's too far away.
We're gonna snooze that ad break. It's getting a little too close to the end. We saved up our ad snoozes for right now when there's less than a minute and a half to go on the clock, and we do not want to be watching ads at this moment.
I need to get closer.
CTG has the percentage. Do they have the damage? 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining before that timer
Too far away.
is busted.
Move.
Four,
Turn.
3, 2, 1.
Move.
And you can see it there. 20 seconds left. That's 15 seconds. These teams are committed now. There's no
Shield.
change. No new dungeons can be started. Regulation time is over. If you bust your key, that's it. You're done.
Move.
CTG sitting here, 2 minutes and 28 seconds left. They got 20% of Murpray's health to do.
Turn.
This should be nice and doable for them. A final 14 to lock in their score.
Move. Move. Turn.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Move.
And here it is. With a minute and 40 seconds left, they managed to survive and take down the Prioress. Combat Tested Gaming is going to end today with quite the nice scoreline, if I do say so myself. There it is. A 13-14-14. That is our Group C competitor locked in. GG, well played for them. And Here's the thing. Army with that unfortunate set of deaths right there, they don't have a choice. If they don't complete this key, it's over. Meanwhile, Coast Guard, they're closing out their Rookery. Trying to get in position. They can't risk another wipe like that. We got, there it is. I'm watching this and it is a close, close call. All right. The Twitch ad that we skipped has come back with a vengeance. We're gonna let it play. You should be back in time to see these bosses die. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. For all of you who are subscribed, enjoy not missing a moment as we get through to the end of today's regulation time.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Oh no! Army is town portaling away! They've called it. They are done.
Push back.
Let's watch out Coast Guard as they close out their own dungeon.
Oblivion Waste. Bonkin. 3. Potion 2. 1. Storm's Vengeance. Void Shell. 3, 2, 1. Stable Corruption. No. Clear. Stable Corruption. Seeping Corruption. Three. Oblivion Waste. 1.
4 minutes left. That's plenty of time to go through a couple more cycles on this boss.
Stable Corruption.
A really, really strong burn.
Oblivion Waste.
They did, of course, have lust available for it, so we're probably going to see another 2 cycles here. A 3 cycle total as they do the final bit of damage to this Void Shell, waiting for a couple of cooldowns, it looks like.
3.
And once everybody's ready, the shell gets popped and they start to burn.
Storm's vengeance.
They need to deal with the ads. They need to be downing this boss.
Corruption.
How far can they get it without lust available? How many smites can Ninetail cast in the next several seconds?
2. Void shell. 1.
Not bad,
No.
29%. That's just high enough that it's risky. We may see a 4 cycle, but it is still
Unstable corruption.
doable in the time that's left.
Oblivion
Navy
Wave.
is still progressing on their way to Goldie. Don't worry, we will get to see them close out as well.
Dot. 3. Oblivion 2. Wave. 1. No. No upheaval. Clear. Storm Riders charge. Unstable corruption. Wave. Oblivion Wave.
And here we go. One more Void Shell needs to be popped.
No potion.
Now pump, guys. Can you get this down? There's no ads to stay in your way here. Find somewhere to stand and just burn the boss. 9%, 5%, 2%, and the boss goes down. That's the 16 Rookery for Coast Guard. There is only one team left in the race. Navy pulls Goldie. Let's see what they got going on here. We're gonna take it. We're gonna watch them close out.
Hunt.
Knocking back. Knocking back. Special coming. Knocking back.
Goldie at 50%. Navy is just slowly and methodically working their way through her health bar. Arc Flash gets a little bit low, but Adam is able to make sure he will survive. Cash and Bogey, Battle Shot, taking a good chunk of damage there.
Knocking back.
You know how I was talking about two-chesting the 16s? Do you remember that earlier?
Special coming.
Well, there's 40 seconds left and 40% of the boss's health. If they could do 1% a second, that would let them two-chest this 16. And the insane number of resets that they've had on this dungeon is the only thing that's holding them back. 24 seconds, 24% health. Can they keep this up? I don't know if they can. 18, 17, the timer is outpacing her health bar. What cooldowns do you have? Lust is not available. 10 seconds for 17% health. Can you stand in mechanics to do more damage? I don't know, but I've been told. And I don't think it's gonna happen. They're gonna one-chest this. 13% remaining. Goldie Baronbottom will be the final boss to die this weekend.
Special coming.
Navy just has to go through one more cycle. There's just too much paperwork for her to bother to fight right now, guys. And there it is. They have the percentage. And GG's. All right, you guys, you know the drill. Normally, I let my co-caster talk for a little while we sort out the scores. But since it's just me, I'm going to throw us to a break. I'm going to get you the final tally, the final standings as soon as we can. We will be right back. All right, everybody. Guess what? Guess what? We have got some scores for you. I don't know why I introduced it that way, but that's what we got. Are you ready to find out the final standings for this weekend? Here we go. Let's launch it. Let's show everybody what's going on. We want to send this, and then we want to see these scores on screen. These are your rankings for the end of the Summer Clash. Ukrainian WOW succeeds in holding on to that top spot in Group A. The 218s were just stronger than any other team could overcome. US Army Esports tried their hardest. The 18 Cinderbrew would have gotten them to a tiebreaker position, but even then, honestly, Ukraine played so well that they have minutes to spare. It would have been a tough call. The 19 Priory was Army's best shot, and they just weren't able to make it happen. So they are taking second place in Group A. Goats and Glory, with their struggles on Cinder, have let themselves sit in that third place position. They've got a 16-17-17. And here's the dangerous part. TAP's team coming up from Group B with an 18-17-17. This is a team that is hungry. They really, really wanted to be in the top contenders. And, you know, they've been saying in Channel Day, if only we didn't have to start on 10s. Well, guess what? They're not going to have to in the fall. And this could be our next winner. We'll have to see how it shapes up. Air Force Gaming, of course, is dropping down to Group B with their match forfeitures here this weekend. Warrior Gamer Foundation managed to hold on to the second place in their group with 2 16s and a 15. Coast Guard Gaming not quite able to edge them out, 16-15-15. And Department of Dungeons is our Group C winner, who got themselves promoted with a 14-13-15. So a solid showing, but it does place them at the bottom of Group B. Group C, looking at this, AAE Esports, unfortunately another team that wasn't able to compete this weekend, they get dropped down into Group C. They're going to have to fight their way back out in the future. New Zealand Defence Force also called to duty. They weren't able to compete, and that's going to set them at the bottom of their group. United XP put up a strong showing yesterday representing the Group C squad, but Combat Tested Gaming today have proven themselves a readily improving and never stopping team. They're now sitting in second place in Group C. So the rankings have shuffled. That is where we are at. Looking at this insanity of a 2-day weekend. You know, this was a condensed format. We used to run Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've been trying to shift it down. More teams, more action. It has been an incredible time. So let's show some love in the chat for your favorite teams. Use those emotes. Spam them. Tag your favorite players. Who are you here to support? Show them some love after this incredible performance. That's it. We're done for the weekend. If you want to play, there is still a chance. League of Legends and Rocket League have tournaments coming up in the next couple of weeks. The Mercury Cup and Warriors of the Rift Open Clash. They're happening soon. Get yourself a team. If you have a military background, find other like-minded individuals. Submit yourselves. Registrations are open until the end of June at afdl.webflow.io/events. So try and get yourself submitted. And the prize for that could be something special at the end of the year. So you absolutely want to find people who can play with you to come hang out with the rest of us. We look forward to seeing you at the next AFDL event. And until then, everybody, have a good one.
want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.